Everybody, let me get the music adjusted here for you guys, get it turned down a little bit. It's a little loud. There we go. And welcome back to AlphaInfinity Tech. Tonight we are live, and look at that, 144 FPS out here in this particular part of the universe. And let's get our music started over here. Just a moment. And let's see where we're at, because I've been busy. Am I at Gaslight? Where am I at? No, Rat's Nest. All right. So what we're gonna do, I've been moving some cargo around here. Before we do some mining tonight, and I just want to be up front, I'm moving some stuff back to Area 18 to sell it at the TDD. So that's kind of where things are at the moment. I have quite a few mining jobs, both at Arc L1 and here that need to be moved. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down and get a C2 dialed in here. The thing that makes me sad is going to have to run standard paints, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So if you're joining us tonight, give me a shout out in chat, and I'll give you a shout out on the stream here. And Gaslight's set up just a tiny bit different. There we go. So hangar transit's a little bit different. Than it is at Obituary and other places. But let's go ahead and get our medium hangar. Actually, now that I think about it, well, so what we'll do is we'll take the Drake back to our Obituary, and then we'll pick up a C2 from there. Okay, so where is our Corsair? Retrieve. There we go. So I found out the hard way that 32 SCU containers are hard to move in Pyro. And when I mean move, I don't mean move from point A to point B. I mean finding a freaking freight elevator that will take a 32 SCU container and where you can sell the material. So, for example, if you want to sell 32 SCU of gold, going to the usual places out in Pyro, you're going to find some smaller freight elevators, and it's just not going to work out well for you. So, anyway, let me know you're around in chat. I want to hear from you. And there is our beautiful Corsair. So phase 1 of the stream tonight is going to be moving some materials, some refined materials. You know, I wonder, did I store this 32 SCU of gold here at Rat's Nest? Surely not. Yes, I did. All right. So let's go ahead and get that loaded up first, because I'm selling everything. It's a fire sale, folks. We're moving it all. And look at that. Gorgeous. Look at that. And I got to show you guys my new favorite Corsair paint. Oh, the paint that I just scratched. Man. But I am trying to do this in an external camera for you guys, you know? So it's a little bit disastrous. So let's get that container loaded up. Get it on the cargo grid. Boom, there we go. And how come he has to be so bent over to handle a max lift? I don't know. Okay, let me show you guys my new favorite paint for the Corsair. Which, by the way, I truly enjoy flying around. It's a pretty awesome ship all around. It's a great all-around ship. Almost as good as the Zeus. And guys, let me know in chat how the audio quality is. Voice, music, game. I want to make sure you guys are having a good experience tonight. I don't want to be blowing you out on music or voice or something else, but look at that paint. That is some sweetness right there. I have to admit. I really do like it. All right. Let's go ahead and get the hangar doors open here, and we are going to head out to Obituary. Everything just sounds, it's so dramatic in the Pyro universe, you know? Oh, gorgeous. Look at this. Really nice. Especially with that front light turned on the Corsair. The lighting effects just keep getting better and better. I really don't know when it comes to the ship lighting effects anyway, if they can really do more. And let's just make sure I'm full on fuel here, which I'm... looking good. Okay. I like what I'm seeing. Just waiting on that quantum fuel to get full. And let's pull that up on this screen right here. Nope, I don't want shields. Self status. I thought there was another screen in here where it would show me the fuel levels. Is it on this one? Nope. I think they're all the same across the board. Maybe that was another ship. All right. Well, not going to sit here messing with MFDs all night. So, we got our destination plugged in here. Let's get out. Let's get out of Dodge before the doors close on me. And what did I run into coming right out of the hangar? You got to be kidding me. Oh, of course. Alrighty then. Well, we did a little damage, whatever. Beautiful part of the universe, though. Let's go ahead and get into the proper flight configuration here. And there goes Rat's Nest. I have to say, you know, I don't consider Rat's Nest to be a 5-star hotel, that's for sure. Out of all the space stations in the Pyro universe, this one's probably a little bit on the bedbug side of things, if you know what I mean. Okay, we're off to Bloom. We'll drop this cargo at Obituary, and then we'll call up a C2 and load up some cargo. And we'll get rolling. And if you guys like the stream, give me a thumbs up if you don't mind. If you like my content, maybe consider subscribing. Trying to get to 3,000 subscribers before the end of the year. And we're giving away an L21 Wolf in December to one of our lucky subscribers and person who comments on the videos anyway. So we scratched up the paint with a 32 SCU container in the hangar, and then we ran into something when we were exiting the hangar. So I'd say that the Drake here has been properly broken in for the night. Try and avoid anything else. And as you can see here, look. Oh, and there's the display I was looking for, actually. Yeah, we're red on the cockpit here. Not my finest moment. Okay. And I'm not looking to mine with anybody at the moment, but after I get my cargo run done to Stanton, I would really enjoy it if you wanted to hit that Discord link down the bottom left hand of the screen and join me in my live stream chat channel. And thank you guys for the likes. You know, I have the best viewers. I really do. You guys are incredibly patient and really awesome. And I can't tell you how wonderful and lucky I am to have you. All right. Already 2 likes on the stream. You guys are truly amazing. All right, we're going to hit an orbital marker here, obviously, before we can get into our semi-final destination of the moment. And we're going to find out how many thousands in damage I did to my Drake running into that hangar marker at Rat's Nest. But do they know they put that right in front of the freaking hangar? I mean, come on. Off we go. And here we go to obituary. And for some reason, my scan is not working. Why is that? All right, we'll get our hangar request in here. And get out of that SCM mode. Get the shields back up. You know, the Star Citizen universe in version 4 is just so amazingly beautiful, but it's also very busy. Always players around, and I like it. Makes the universe seem like it's more alive, animated. And let me know how the stream quality is, guys. Just somebody say, hey, we're good to go on voice and music and game audio. I don't want to blow you guys away or turn people off. Okay, there's our hangar right there. And let's go ahead and get into the landing configuration here. Really do like the Corsair, though. What a cool ship. And for those who haven't flown it, you know, it's not just all the things that it does and its versatility. It's the little things. It's like the fan that's rotating on the left side of the cockpit. It's the noises that it makes as you're opening and closing doors. It has little creaks and things, and when you're flying it around, I mean, you know, it's not an Origin ship, that's for sure, but I think it has a lot more personality. But that's just my opinion. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to position ourselves properly so that I can get that at 32 SCU of gold. Of course, this is a fairly large ship. So I can get that 32 SCU of gold back onto the freight elevator and prepare it for transport on the C2, because we're going to be changing hangars. That's the only reason. All right. Let's see how much damage we did. 2,700K. I mean, it could be worse. At least we didn't die. All right. So that when we come back to the C2, it'll be nice and ready to roll here. A couple of turrets right there. Pretty sweet. Got multiple ingress egress points, including, I don't know, does it have a docking port? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. And you can go all the way up to the roof here, which can be handy when you're doing Red Wind line haul missions. You know, if you're getting shot at right when you land, you just come out the top and snipe them from there. All right, let's get the ramp access done here. I love it when the cargo grid kind of messes up on you. And people are like, how come you're always carrying a max lift around? Well, that's why. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and get that stored, and then we'll get our ship stored. And then we'll go recall it. Okay, there we go. Let's go down. That's transferred to the warehouse. Let's button up the Corsair here. No, seriously. Let's button it up. There we go. Cool ship. Okay. Fleet manager, let's go ahead and get this thing stored. And so I'd say probably in the next hour or so, we'll begin the mining. But for now, we're moving our refined product. Oh, that's always nice. See somebody ducking when you walk out. Anyway, let's go ahead and get a C2 called up here. Okay, so now we can retrieve it, which means we should be able to load cargo. So we'll load up the cargo on the C2. We shall fly it out. And then come on back. Of course, I am going to upgrade the components on the C2 once we get down to New Babbage. But first, how much can we do tonight? Let's find out. Okay. Not a ton of money, but, you know, a little bit. And off we go. And let's go ahead and head back to the entrance because I have not actually provisioned the C2 yet. So we'll provision it now, and that should open up that large hangar for me. Right now, I think I have a medium hangar provision. Let's just double check. Yeah, medium. We don't want that. And we'll hit retrieve. And then when we go back to the elevator here, my large hangar should be waiting for me. All right. Beautiful. Let's see what we got here. There it is. Off to the large hangar we go. And there she is. Let's go ahead and get the ramp open. And find out what we got on board here. Don't get crushed by it, of course. Yeah, we got a little bit. I mean, nothing crazy. Oh, I missed my elevator. Dang it. All right. Try that again. All right, let's get in the pilot seat. And let's get the heck out of Dodge. All right, and off we go. Yeah, we'll get a little ways away from the station here, and then we'll. Now that's not a terrible view. Not a terrible view at all. Right? Pretty good. Pretty darn good. And that, folks, right there is one of the reasons I keep coming back to Star Citizen. Absolutely amazing. All right. Let's go ahead and get our journey started here. So we have ourselves a little bit of a journey out to the Stanton Gateway. Stream quality looks really good. Hey, Bexar, welcome back to the stream, my friend. I'll mine anywhere you guys want to mine. You want to mine in Stanton, we'll mine in Stanton. You want to mine in Pyro, we'll mine in Pyro. Doesn't matter to me. I just got to do this cargo run first, and I'm gonna stop by Arc L1 on the way. And then after I got done at the TDD, I'm going to head on out to New Babbage and load up my C2 here with some mining components. I need to get a couple of Helix 2s on board and change out the paint and add some components, and then I'll be back. So it's probably going to take me about an hour to get all that done. And then I'll be mining wherever you guys want to mine. You guys want to do Lyria, we'll do that. You guys want to do Ignis out in Pyro, we'll do that. Doesn't matter to me. I'll break rocks anywhere you guys want to break rocks. I'm good with it. And for those that are not aware, we are streaming on Twitch and YouTube tonight. Yeah, the big thing about Pyro, Bexar, is you know, I think, me personally, I just think that there tends to be larger mass rocks out that way. So it can be more fun to mine with friends. And for me, the biggest thing about Pyro is just making sure if you want to mine anywhere in Pyro, not really have to worry about it. Just make sure that you're suited up properly, you know? Whether that's in a Zeus exploration suit, you need something that can handle some heat. There are places like Pyro 4, I believe, and possibly Ignis and Bloom. Bloom, you can wear almost anything and be fine. It's just using those mining heads that are exposed to atmosphere on the mole. You know, if you're getting if you're in a really hot environment, it's going to kind of limit you a little bit. And I was in one environment that was 232 degrees Celsius. So anyway, just having a suit that can handle the extremes is good. And mainly in Pyro, it's heat. So that's why the Zeus exploration suit is so nice. But you know, if you want to get in a Pembroke, you can pick one of those up at Grim Hex, I believe. And while you're there, you might as well pick up a Novikov as well. And here we are in the beautiful C2. And we're going to jump through the gateway here and take care of a little business. All right. And for those that are not aware, jump point detected, and seeing this stuff right here, that is a good sign. Let me see if I can get you guys a decent camera angle here. Oh, I keep forgetting. You know, for some reason they've changed. And what is that? Something big. Anyway, we're going to try our best not to hit an asteroid. And there's my scanners working. Great. Beautiful. Look at this. Look at that. Pushing the RTX 5090 a little bit tonight. Only pulling 60 to 70 FPS though. All right. All right. I would love to give you guys a little bit better picture from the outside, but I have a lot of cargo on board and a lot of work. And I want to get lined up and get through the wormhole here. So the main goal is, of course, not to crash into anything. And it looks like in the C2, she's like a train. She doesn't slow down or move very fast. So you got to plan your vector early. There we go. Try and keep the speed down and not run into anything. And look at that view, folks. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the shields up for a little bit. Okay, let's stay focused here and get the party started. A lot of traffic out here. And let's see if we can get our jump drive lined up properly. There we go. And I think we're looking pretty good overall. Not bad. Good. All right, we're spooling. Where is my radar? Oh, there it is. And of course I get hit by somebody. That's great. That's okay. I only have 140 million left. And they get auto-reported, so that's cool with me. Now, if I would have lost my armor, that would have sucked, but... But got all that stuff. Love those griefers. Those sorry human beings. All right. He's probably laughing in his mom's basement as we speak. So let's go get our C2 claimed here. And we'll expedite it. Why not? All right. And let's make sure our money situation is okay. And this is basically for the guy that crashed into me. Oh, man, you made a dent. You might have cost me $1 million. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to eat. What do you guys think? You think I'm going to make it to the next day? Can I even afford Cruise Lux after he took out all my work orders like that? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, that's so funny. Let's go ahead and call up the Drake. I'm going to still head out there anyway. Because at the end of the day, I still want to go pick up a couple of mining heads, and I have 2 moles out here. I want to make sure they're both outfitted properly. All right, off we go. Let me make sure I got my... Yep, we do. Excellent. All right, off we go. Yeah, and that stream quality is looking good tonight. All right. And for those that are just joining us, welcome to AlphaInfinity Tech. We are on our way to the Stanton part of the universe here as we prepare for our night of mining. And we'll be at the gateway momentarily. And we do have the Chimera in this particular ship, so we are fast in quantum, which is nice. Yeah, let's move on to the next song. I'm not a fan of that one. I need to remove that one from the list. Remove. There we go. Not sure why we dropped out, but we did, so here we go. All right, let's go see what's happening. Get a little speed going here. And let's go take a look at our remains, shall we? Okay, there goes somebody. And there is me. All right, off we go back into the Stanton part of the universe here. Always a lot of fun. Got a couple of folks jumping in here with us. Yeah, let's see where we can pick up a couple of Helix 2 mining heads. Maybe I'll just get them at the Stanton Gateway. That'd be kind of cool. And then after we get properly outfitted, my friends, then we shall head back and go crack some rocks. But first, I need to pick up a few supplies. Okay. And there is our... So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull up Sea Stone real quick. And just make absolutely sure. I want to make sure we do this right. Okay, so we can pick them up at may temporarily disappear from the kiosk. I love it when they say that. So we're not going to Arc L1 to pick those up, but I do need to go to Arc L1 anyway, real quick. Oh, we're still back in Pyro. Interesting. I love it when that happens. Technically, we can pick this stuff up at Stanton Gateway. So why not? Stanton Gateway has a cargo deck, right? We can pick up some containers there too, right? Let's find out. And for those that are just joining, we were making a cargo run back to Stanton, but somebody decided to crash into me at the gateway. You guys know who they are, the usual. So instead, we're going to go pick up another couple of Helix 2 mining heads here. Maybe some mining modules. All right. And let's go ahead and fix the fuel. Nothing really there. 2.5K in that. All right. And let's go. So let's see. Refinery, shops, equipment, then supplies. So not surprised. Which is nice. Were you always able to buy Helix 2s in Pyro here at the gateway? Or is this a change that was recent? All right, let's get our ship stored here.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle is
And let's head down to the refinery deck. So what I'm looking for is I have 2 moles that are sitting out in the Pyro portion of the universe right now. And one of them is fully outfitted and ready to go. You guys might have seen that with the pyrotechnic paint on it. I have a second mole out there that I want to get kitted up properly here. And here we are at the nicest space station in all of Pyro. So step 1, we'll head down to the refinery deck and get all the stuff we need, and then we'll head over to, yep, there is a cargo center there. Great. And at the refinery deck, I'm pretty sure we can pick up most everything we need to get that second mole kitted up properly. It's going to have a different paint on it. And for those that are just joining, welcome to AlphaInfinity Tech. We are live on the rocks tonight. We're just doing a few things here before we get the party started on the rocks. All right, let's see what we got here. See if Seastone is correct. Yep, there she is. Okay. So now we'll buy. No, we don't need 5. We'll buy 4. Okay. Got plenty of mining modules. There's the Ryger C2. We'll buy some Ryger C3s. And how about torpid modules? We can probably get those back where we need to. Yeah, why don't we buy 2 of those as well for the heck of it? All right. And since I got murdered at the thing, let's get some cruise locks if we can. Apparently you can buy that. You have to go to the refinery deck for that. So we're good on mining modules now. We're good on mining heads. Let's just get loaded up and head on back. And then those of you who are watching, give me a shout out in chat. Let me know where in Pyro you'd like to see some mining happen tonight. Bloom? Monox. Ignis. I mean, where's it going to be, guys? Where are we headed? Head down to the cargo center here real quick. Yeah, they rammed me, Bexar. But that's okay. Like I said, from a financial game perspective, it's not going to really impact me at all. But it would have been nice to sell it all at the TDC, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Can't let other players ruin the game for you. All right, let's go ahead and grab some cruise lux here just to have it on the backpack with me. All right. And I still have a max lift on board. Yep. Okay. And for those who are wondering, your frame rates are in the top right-hand corner of the screen, and we're running an RTX 5090 with a water-cooled 9950X3D. So, pretty beefy machine. But even that box struggles sometimes out in Pyro. Okay. And I think I'm doing okay on ammunition. Yeah. But I may... go ahead and pop up to the Galleria real quick just to have it with me. Grab some parallax rounds just for the heck of it here. While we're here. Do they have an ammo and armor shop on the Stanton Gateway here in Pyro? I guess we'll find out. So we got a Platinum Bay. Yep, there it is. Fantastic. Your one-stop shop. Just in case we decide to go shoot stuff. All right, we're out of here. Yeah, you got a whole weapon shop and armor. You got it all. And a Platinum Bay. I wonder which, I'm going to stop in here real quick. I want to see if they have any grade A ship components here. Nope, not on quantum drives at least. How about on power plants? Nope, it's all B. Oh, there's one. You can get a Lotus here, so you can get a Lotus power plant. And shield generators, probably nothing decent. Oh no, you can get a Rampart. That's pretty cool. 2 grade A industrials. I'll take 4 of those. And what else do we got in here? How about on coolers? Yeah? Size 1 though. There we go. I'll take 4 of those too. Cool. All right. Time to load up and head out. And there's my dead body right out there. That's so funny. All right. Hey, buddy. Nice helmet.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Okay, let's get our Corsair called up here. We'll load it up with stuff. And then we'll be on our way back. And nobody has a mining preference, huh? Okay. Well, I think we're going to head out towards Monarchs. There's a bunch of moons out that way, I think, that I have not. Oh, I thought for sure I called my Corsair up here. That I have not tried yet, and I'm going to go ahead and try it. Why are we having to claim? I love it when this happens. So we just called it, and you guys saw me store it, right? All right, well, while we're waiting on that, let's go ahead and get this all tidied up here. Get some mining modules loaded up here. Can't put the mining heads in the boxes, but in the containers, but you can at least put the modules in there. And then you can't put ship components in there either. Yeah, that's a no-go. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll wait for our Drake to claim. Not sure what happened there. And then we shall go ahead and load everything up and roll. Yep, we want everything. All right. And let's go check on our Corsair and see where that's at.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval
I
system.
think we're about 4 minutes out, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 57 seconds for that. No, I don't have anything else in inventory here, right? Nope. And while we're waiting on the Drake, I'm going to go grab another thing of caffeine here. Sugar free, of course. So I will be right back with you guys. I'm going to put you on mute for just a minute. All right, I'm back, and let's go find out. Oh, by the way, if you guys watched my latest video, that's the armor that was in that one. And this particular is the Artemix Elysium. So pretty cool. I like the skulls on it.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
1 minute.
Please visit us again.
And of course, on board we have the parallax. Probably my favorite weapon. But she overheats. Nice. All right. While we're waiting on that, let's look at where we may end up tonight. So I believe is it Monox that we want to be out near? No, it is not. I believe it's this one right here. Let's see, Pyro 1. Maybe not. And it's not Bloom. For sure. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure it's out near Monox, so we'll head out that direction. Once we get things tidied up here. All right. And off we go. No hanger animation or anything, huh? Okay, it just shows up. Feature bug, let me know. Oh, one more thing. Get our stuff loaded up here. Yeah, we're just going to supplement our supplies at our destination a little bit. You know, I didn't look at where you can buy a Hofstede. I think the Helix is harder to find than the Hofstede, but I guess I better look at Seastone one more time. Because that one's almost as mission critical as the Helix 2 for our mole set up here. All right, we'll load up a few ship components here. That one's not wanting to detach for some reason. Let's go find out. Oh, there's something in front of it. Ah, there we go. I was like, why is that thing not detaching? And there it is. Almost there. Can we buy a Chimera anywhere in Pyro? I'm going to look at Sea Stone here in just a minute and find out. And here comes the last helix. Nice having a big cargo bay. I really don't like how stuff just renders like that. As you get closer, it looks like the ramp is empty, and then you get closer and all of a sudden the stuff shows up. It's not like we don't have enough VRAM to render. Just so strange. But anyway. I think the base RTX 5090 is a 24 gig card, and some of them are 32 now. I don't know. I'll have to take a look at the specs. All right. So we're getting all our stuff loaded up here, and I'm going to go check on that Hofstad S2. That's pretty mission critical for my build. I really do like that laser on my mole. Definitely, it's got to be like the MX. I don't want to leave home without it. All right, let's check out Sea Stone here. I think I can get that at the station, but I want to... Okay, the Hofstad S2. So you can get it at Ruin. Magnus jump point. And at the Stanton Pyro jump point. Okay. I'm almost afraid to store my Corsair again. What do you guys think? Think it's safe? I don't know. Who knows? We're kind of taking a risk there. Definitely didn't work out so well for us last time. Hey, nice armor. So back to the refinery deck real quick just to make sure. And we'll be quick. We could buy it at Ruin if we wanted to, but I don't know if I want to go all the way out there or not. but it should be available here. So let's see. Nope. All right. Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, is everybody ready to go do some mining? I think I am. And Blaze Storm, thanks for the compliment. We will definitely do that, my friend. Glad to have you on the stream. Okay, let's depart, shall we? Let's get the party started. I really do want to mine someplace I haven't mined yet. In the Pyro universe. I've done Bloom, I've done Ignis, I've done Monox, you know. Done Pyro 4. I'd like to see someplace I've never seen before, so we're gonna try and do that tonight. Make the stream a little bit more interesting, and what I'll do is we weren't able to get all the components for our second mole that we needed tonight, but that's okay. I'll just move some stuff around. So we'll take a little quick jaunt out to Obituary. I love how Stanton's just gateways away from everything in Pyro. And it's 60 gajillion gigamillion miles. And there's my dead body out of 36.2. Okay, look at how gorgeous that is. Boy, the card is struggling right here though. 51 FPS. Man, if you're wondering, we're running 3840 by 2160. Everything's maxed out. Photo level clouds, you know, everything max distance, all that. Let's take a look at that real quick while we're just sitting here. 3840. I don't even know if I need upscaling on. Probably not. Everything's on high or very high. Field of view is all the way out to 116. Sharpening's at 100. Chromatic aberration's at 0. So I don't want that on. Okay, we have our destination plugged in here. And I'm just going to, at least I thought we had our destination plugged in. Let's try again. I love it how it sometimes loses your quantum calibration. All right. Get some speed up. Nobody within 5K, so that's nice. Let's move this out a little bit. There we go. And off we go. And fear not, my friends, we are running a Chimera, I believe. You know, there used to be a time when you could go through the MFD here on the power section and figure out what components you had installed on board. I'm sure I can just get out of the chair, go back there and open up the component bays and look, but as some of you may or may not have heard, sometimes if you walk around your ship while you're in quantum, you're just going to float right out of through the bulkhead and float right out of the ship. And I'm not feeling lucky tonight. If you guys are enjoying the stream, if you don't mind giving me a thumbs up, that would be greatly, and a like, that would be greatly appreciated. And let me know how the quality is in chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. I'd like to know. And if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that 4K. Hit the gear and then select 4K. And if you're on Twitch, hit source. I'm going to give you guys an external view on that paint. Look at the way the sun comes off that Corsair. Isn't that awesome? Running the pirate paint. Really like it a lot. Actually, I just like the ship. I have to say, between this and the Zeus, it's kind of a hard choice when it comes to moving stuff around. Which one I like better. Bexar. So I haven't made any decisions yet. I want to try and mine someplace I haven't mined yet. So we're going to go pick probably someplace near Monarchs, maybe. I'm still trying to decide here. But I'm going to either go to Pyro 1. I believe there's a few different choices that we would have here around Pyro 1, but I think there's also Monarchs. I can't remember which one had the moons around it. But we're going to choose one of those two. Go check them out. And I'm going to try and be a little bit more picky tonight. Unless it's a tier S mineral like Stellaron. I think I'm going to pass on anything that's under 28 in mass. So I'm just gonna kind of focus tonight on cracking the larger rocks out there. If I can find one in the 38 to 40k range that'll work, I will do that. I just released a short that I pulled from one of my streams last week, actually, of us cracking a 40k rock. And when I say us, I mean me, because it was a solo mole. Let me get out of the chair here and get back in, because now I can't control things for some reason. There we go. Boy, Bloom is just gorgeous. So I really do like mining on Bloom. You know, you can, as long as you're in the light, I mean, you're going to be someplace really pretty. The graphics artist did a really nice job on that one. Yeah, the wings on the Corsair can be a little interesting to get used to, for sure. All right, let's go ahead and get a hanger up here. We'll unload the Corsair. And then we'll get our other mole configured and and get to cracking. And for those that are joining us, welcome to AlphaInfinity Tech. We're live on the rocks tonight. We just had a little bit of a run to make out to the Pyro Gateway, pick up a couple of mining heads, and now we're headed back. Yeah, we're trying not to run into anything tonight. There's our hangar right there. Thank you. If you missed the beginning of the stream, we had 5 work orders loaded up on our C2, and somebody rammed us at the wormhole. So that was always nice. But that's the way the game goes sometimes. So no big deal. Yeah, and there's what Bexar was talking about right there. Sometimes you can clip the top of the hangar with the very tall wing on the Corsair. Oh, you know what? I think I want to park this a little differently real quick. We're just going to make offloading our stuff a little bit easier here. Why suffer when you don't have to? Okay, we're going to back it right up to the ramp. There we go. That's a little better. Not perfect, but... And let's go ahead and just get some gas in here. Make sure everything's ready to go next time I use it. One less thing I have to do. All right. I feel like I'm going to have to Alt F4 out. There it goes. Major lag on that deal. Okay, so we're going to offload all of our cargo here, and I'm just going to throw all this stuff on the ramp. Found some grade A stuff, power plant and some coolers there at the gateway, so why not? Since everything else I own in the Star Citizen universe is out at New Babbage. So we got to transport some stuff sometimes. Okay, let's get this mining head offloaded. And we'll just throw it all on the ramp and get it into inventory here. Got a store all with some mining modules. At some point in time, I would really like to be able to load ship components and mining heads into large store all containers. That would be really nice, but it doesn't sound like that's their intention, so. And off we go here. All right. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight. It's a pleasure having you guys on with me. We've been moving a lot of stuff around and dealing with different situations tonight, so now it's time to get the mole out and do some mining. Almost there. All right. And I'm going to make sure that everything's on the ramp properly so we don't do anything like... We don't lose some components here, because I see some stuff that's kind of a little bit off the grid. All right, and that's our last rampart. And I gotta be honest with you guys, most of my mining now is done out in Pyro. It just is. All right, let's make sure everything's gridded up properly here. That way it's all going to end up in inventory and we don't have any mishaps. Get that mining head on the ramp. There we go. Okay, just double checking everything here. This all looks great. And we're about to store the Drake here, so let's go ahead and do that. The Corsair. And let's go in here and get everything down in inventory. Nice and easy. No big deal. All right. And let's get our ship stored. And let's get our mole configured, shall we? Okay. So step one, let's get the Corsair in inventory here. And then let's go ahead and get into the ship configurator. And, oh, before we do anything else, let's also make sure that we get some of these mining modules out of the store all. And I have 32 SCU of gold. It's just sitting there. I love that. Okay. And what are these? Surge modules? Yeah, we could always use more of those. And that is not the store all I just put in inventory. There should be another one down here. But it may not just be showing up yet. Okay, let's go ahead and try that again. There we go. I love how it says 0, even though I know. All right, let's get these C3s in at 60K a piece. Don't want those disappearing on me. All right, all that's done. And you know, since we happen to be here, let's go ahead and offload our ammo, our cruise luxes, and let's get into a proper... Get rid of the parallax. I'm not going to be shooting anybody while I'm mining. And let's go ahead and get out of this suit while we're at it. And let's get into something that will provide us protection. And when I say protection, I mean not from people, but from the elements. Wherever we are. I know I had a different... There we go. So tonight, let's see. So here's the deal. So the Novikov is really good for cold weather, and it's okay for some of the warmer environments, but it's not perfect. So instead of doing the Novikov, we're going to be wearing the Zeus Exploration, and the reason why is because I want to make sure if I end up in a 220 degrees Celsius environment that I have as much protection as possible. And I believe that at 175 degrees, this is one of the better suits. I don't think I have a Pembroke here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and sort all this out and filter by armor. Yeah, I don't have a Pembroke, and I think the Pembroke is about the same. But no matter what happens, if we end up someplace cold or hot, this suit is very nice for that. And of course, you have a very nice heavy backpack on board, and as you can see, I have lots of mining modules in there. And what I'll do is I'll split these I'll split out 5 of these cruise luxes and just have them with me just in case we're out there for a while, and stick them down there in the... Okay. And I do like to have a paramed device on me at all times. So we'll take one of those as well. And now we are suited up properly. All right. So anyway, Bexar, if you were asking, that's the suit I like, personally. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our Argo Moles here. One of them is running the Pyrotechnic. And one is, I'm going to try the one with the gray cat tonight. And I want to make sure So on shield generators, we have a couple of grade 3, size 3 grade A industrials on here. And let's go ahead and check out what we got going on right here. Okay. This is where so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go unequip my Hofstad. And torpid modules. And that should have taken care of that. So now we should be able to pop over to Argo Mole 1 here. And we should be able to get everything taken care of. So in slot 1, we're going with a Helix 2. And then I'm going to Riger C3 this thing all the way to the gills. So that's, and if you guys watch my most recent Argo Mole video out there on YouTube, this is, we're doing exactly the same thing here. In slot 2, we're going to go with the Hofstad. And I'm going to put a couple of torpeds on here. And it looks like those are still on the other one. So let's go back to Mole 2 here. Utility. That's very interesting. I see the Riger C3. So slot 1, I got the Rigers. In 2, I got the Stampedes. And in 3, the torpeds are not there. Not mission critical, but it would be nice if they'd show back up in inventory. All right. They're, yeah, it says they're still equipped elsewhere. Weird. Okay. Well, since we can't have the torpedoes, let's take the FLTR XLs with us. It'll reduce our extraction laser power a little bit, but that inert material level might be helpful. Okay. In slot 3, we're going to go with another Helix 2. And on this one, we're going to run a surge, and maybe another surge for now. I'm not going to even use slot 3, honestly, most of the time. So I'm going to be in slot 2 with the Hofstad and in slot 1 with the Riger C3s on the Helix 2. So, all right, I think we're all set here. Let's see. So we don't need a jump module tonight. We're running grade A chill maxes on coolers. We're running grade A industrial, grade A quantum drive, and grade A, actually, I'm sorry, grade C on the shield generator. I believe. Let's see, parapet. Nope, that's grade A. So we're good to go there as well. So we're grade A across the board here. All right. Let's go ahead and get our mole called up here. Let's see if it just appears. Nope, we're going to go through the animation and the whole 9 yards. Vexar, have you tried it yet? Let me know how it works out for you, pal. And for those that joined, if you don't mind giving me a thumbs up on the live stream here on YouTube, that'd be greatly appreciated. Glad to have everybody on board tonight. And that, my friends, is the wrong mole. So let's go back and call up. I'm looking for the gray cat, which is orange, not the pyrotechnic tonight. So let's go ahead and store that one. And let's go to Mole 2. And before we leave the hangar here, I'm just going to pop into the mining heads. Let's just double check Mole 2 real quick and make sure this is all good. Mole 2. Okay, there's our gray cat. No jump drive, which is fine. That's all good. That's all good. FLTRXL on the Hofstad. Mining, it looks like we got the Helix 2 right here. There we go. And we got the 3 Riger C3s on the front. That's what we want. Okay. That looks pretty to me. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. Let's go ahead and get the party started here. And after we get back, I think I can buy some torpedoes right here on Obituary, but I'll have to check Seastone here in just a moment. And for those that joined, I hope we're able to help you with your mining fix tonight on AlphaInfinity Tech. We're live in the verse in Pyro. And for the very first time, I am seeing the gray cat paint. On the Mole tonight. I haven't used this yet, so I'm seeing this for the first time just like you guys. And I have to say, it is pretty. And we're in the hangar queue, so we might as well keep looking at the Mole paint here. I have to say, the pyrotechnic I have on the other Mole is really beat up. It's been... All right, let's, I'm going to pull up a map of Pyro online here. I want to find out. They have an interactive map here somewhere. Maybe. All right, there we go. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think it's Pyro 5 where we may be going. Let's find out. Because I thought Pyro 5 had a bunch of moons to it, so... And it's going to be a little bit of a trip, but I think we're gonna, and it's obstructed at the moment. And we're just waiting on the hangar doors. We have a little bit of a hangar queue tonight in Pyro. It's busy. And while we're waiting on those, I'm just going to check on Seastone one more time here and see where these torpid modules are at. Yeah, we can buy them right here at Obituary. So we'll grab a couple of those when we get back. And if you're joining us on YouTube, hit that gear icon. Make sure you're watching in 4K. If you're on Twitch, just hit that source icon and choose the best source level you can. I think on Twitch we're limited to 1080, unfortunately, unless you're special. There's a few special people who can stream in 4K, but not many. Where is... Okay, there we go. Finally. Okay, and the place where we want to go is currently obstructed, so we're gonna get a little ways out. All right, let's go ahead and get our destination plugged in here. And we'll get in the proper flight configuration here for quantum. The universe is busy tonight. And off we go, folks. Yeah, for some reason on the power management screen, I thought there was another option where you could go in here and see individual components and their names. I don't know. If I'm missing something here, somebody in chat, let me know. I'm going to take power off of that. We don't need that. I'm not doing any bounty hunting in the mole tonight. Yeah, it would be nice if we could just mouse over and it'd say quantum drive and then the type, you know, the Hemera, the Atlas, whatever it may end up being on whatever ship you happen to be in. I know that there used to be another subscreen here somewhere, but I guess that's no longer available. All right, let's go ahead and get our radar all the way out here. So we're headed out to Pyro 5. If you guys have any preferences on where out in this part of the universe you want me to mine, I'm taking recommendations. Just say something in chat and we'll kind of go from there. And for those of you that join, let me know how the streaming quality is. And I'm going to switch playlist here while we're still 24 point something gigamillions out. And let me know if the music level is irritating you guys or not. I'm going to turn it down a little bit to -40. There we go. I can control my level right here on the Roadcaster, but I can limit it in OBS. All right. And we're getting close. I have a few more components coming in from Amazon, and then you guys will be able to see me on camera. All right, I'm going to get the shields up here while we figure out what we're doing. Okay, so yep, I was right. This is where we want to be. So we got Pyro 4, we got Fuego. I've been to Ignis. I have not been here yet. Let's go check that out. The only caveat is that I want to make sure I'm mining in the light, not in the dark. So if a deer here, okay, let's see if we can, if there's any place that we can, yeah, there we go. One spot. And that's it. Prophet's Peak. Is that really the only destination on the whole freaking moon here? Beautiful though. Gorgeous. I like what I see already. So I'm not going to choose any specific spot. I'm headed straight. I'm just going to go vertical here. And we shall get into the proper SCM mode here. And I have no idea. I've never mined here before, but look how beautiful that is. And let's get our predictive indicator up here so we don't smack into the ground. Probably going to be gems right here, I'm guessing, but yeah. That is gorgeous though. I'm going to head away from whatever that is. It's another ship. And we'll just keep hanging here until we find something. But that is pretty. And we're running the gray cat paint on the mole tonight. My first time seeing it. Probably gems right here since it just popped up right in front of me. Most likely. That one on the other hand is not. All right. It's something else. Probably a single is what it looks like to me. Look at the colors they did here though. How pretty is that? Yeah, it's a single. So we'll scan it just for the heck of it. It's probably not. Yeah, 4174 aluminum. No bueno. Let's keep moving. More gems. I know those are gems right there. And I know what you guys are going to tell me. They're going to be like, you're going to be like, dude, Alpha, there is a website that will tell you where stuff is. I know, but that's not as much fun. I mean, look at that view. You have to admit that's pretty cool. All right, let's keep on hunting. We'll spend about another 10 minutes out here. And if we don't find anything interesting, we'll go check out another one of the moons. No big deal. More gems, I would imagine. Beautiful. All right. And as I thought, more gems. For you rock miners, this is the place to be out here. That looks promising at 16,380. We'll go look at it. We'll go find out. I gotta tell you, this track from Runin is not gelling with me. We're gonna skip that one. I like this one though. All right. And here we go. Let's take a look at what we got here. Give me something between 30 and 40. Or any size and Stellaron, I don't care. Well, the big one was 12, so I'm not holding out hope here. $12, yeah. I'm going to scan this last one. I'm not even going to scan the little guys here. And we'll keep on trucking. More gems. That one at 4.3 is also gems, I promise. A lot of gems out here for you rock mining guys. Okay, I'm gonna get our nose up to 30 degrees here, gain a little bit of altitude so we can increase our speed. I'm gonna get into nav mode here to get us a little bit more juice. Couple of them that popped up at under 5K, so we know what that is. And let's make sure our radar is all the way out. Yeah. Nobody in sight. Okay. All right, 5 more minutes here, and then we're off to another moon. Looks like we got a couple of rocks out here. Boy, the gravity's no joke out here, though. Okay. We'll start from the front here and see what we got. Almost missed it. 3,300. I'm not holding out hope. Yeah, these are all small. These are not even snacks for the mole. Okay, what do we got out here? Something. Let's go look at it. 25,480. Could be good. Could be a lot of small. We'll find out. And give me just a moment here. And Masperia, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you on. Okay, a lot of rocks right here. Let's see what we got. I'm going to start with the loner over here first. So 10K in Bex. Not getting too excited about that. But it looks like we do have some stuff popping here, so let's see what we got. These are all going to be pretty small. This is good stuff if you're in a Prospector. Yeah. Not even an appetizer for the mole in here. I mean, 16 in gold is eh. I'm going to leave that one. I'm going to throw that one back in. Let it create more little gold rocks. Let's go out here, and I think there was something else out this direction. Let's see what we got right over here. Bexar, I'm looking for between 30 and 40 to get the party started tonight. You know, I want to give this little Helix 2 a workout, so I want to see. And I'm just not finding any large rocks yet. But we're getting into them now. At least we were popping a bunch of gems before. And so now we're starting to see some returns come back with some larger stuff, but not anything, nothing above 20 yet. If I were on Bloom, we would have already found some stuff for sure. Anywhere. And I can't tell if this was gems or something else. Let's go find out. Yeah, I think this is gems. So it turns out this moon is really good for rock mining so far, but I'm not finding anything that really gets me excited yet. So we'll try this one last return, and then we're going to head someplace else. Maybe off to Pyro 5, maybe one of the other moons. Ignis? Ignis is good. Okay, so we got 11 over there. Oh, 27.3 over there, and 17 over there. So we might go check these out here in just a minute. But yeah, that's the size anyway, Bexar, that I'm looking for. Yeah, 5,900. This is really, I mean, if I were in a Prospector, this would be a good place to be. But nothing. Okay, let's go ahead and check these out real quick. There we go. Okay, we're going to go over here first. Pop up above this ridge line here and see what all this is about. I hate busting rocks on the side of a mountain, though. It'll be my luck. Come on, let's try scanning today sometime. 100% inert. How about them apples? Come on. 12,000 in titanium. Not excited about that. These are all small, so we're going to run up over on the ridge over here and check out. But like I said, I really don't like breaking rocks on a hill. And you guys know why. I mean, it's got to be awfully appetizing for us to do a break. A little bit of Terranite. But nothing big. Yeah, these are all tiny as well. All right, last one, and then we'll try another moon. Beautiful out here, though. Definitely pretty. I'd say this is my second favorite spot besides Bloom. All right, let's see. We got a couple of big ones here. Let's just, or what they appear to be big. Okay, 25 and 10. We're getting up there now. Are we going to give me something good tonight? What's the universe got in store for me? 27 in Boreas. Boreas. Okay. You know, if I were doing one of those missions, that would actually be okay. Okay, let's throw a scan out. Looks like the bigger ones may be out here in the flats. More gems. Give me something. More gems. All right. So a deer is no good. Let's try. Fuego, shall we? Go check it out. And worst case scenario, we'll head back to Ignis. I know Ignis will put out. Look at that gray cat paint, though. I have to admit, that's pretty spiffy. I like it. Beautiful moon, though. Really pretty. And are we not going to give me a decent... we're not even going to push me up to an outer marker or anything, huh? Okay. Let's just recalc our route here. There we go. And there's our orbital marker there. And we're just trying some new things out in Pyro. I know I could be breaking some big rocks on Bloom right now. And I was out on Ignis with Let's Go Easy, I believe, a couple of streams ago. We found some big rocks out there. Okay. And let's see if there's actually a... see if there's some place where we can... Nothing. All right. Off to Fuego we go. But we'll give the derelict outpost a try. Kind of interesting how that didn't show up on the map. We'll see what Fuego has in store for us. Pretty colors right there. I'm going to stay away from the outpost. I don't feel like getting shot today. So we'll look at the colors out here. Wow. Okay. And we have some returns already. There's a nice little picture for you guys. My first time on Fuego ever. Not looking incredibly large, but let's do a scan anyway, just to make sure my eyes aren't tricking me. 21,000 in Laranite, we might break that one. But I'd really like to be between 30 and 40. $19,000 in Laranite. Well, this one has a couple of good ones in it, everybody. Decent anyway. 22 in Laranite. Nah, 10. And then we got a bunch of small ones right over here. more small ones. And you guys will have to forgive me, I'm skipping that track. So Laranite is not my first choice. So I think I'm going to skip that. And let's see if we can break something else. And I thought we had a few more returns back here somewhere. Oh, and let me go ahead and get my radar all the way out here. There we go. Let's see if we can find something else. I think these are gems out at 4, but there's something out at 8 too. 13,480, and what do we got out this way? Probably gems, but maybe not. Yeah, I should have known when they were that close together. All right. Let's go look at this. Look at that. Look how gorgeous that is tonight, folks. Loving it. I think Fuego's might work out for us. Let's go see. Sometimes you got to hit him with it. There's a 27 in Laranite. We're getting bigger. There's a 30. What's our resistance? Ooh, 28%. Okay, we'll break these. Let's... Looks like it's going to be a Laranite run today. Gonna check these guys just to make sure. 10. More Laranite. Okay, so we're gonna cut our teeth tonight on. We got a 27, and we have a 30. Move a little bit closer to that one. There we go. All right, let's hop into the front mining head here. And I'm actually hitting this rock not because of the material, but because of the size. I'm not incredibly excited about. Okay, let's make sure quantum drive's powered off, shield's on. Let's make sure the laser head has all the power it can get here. Interesting. All right, let's see what we got. The resistance looks very interesting to me. But you guys notice how it says impossible? Not impossible. Is that the wind pushing me around? Kind of looks like it. All right, there we go. You know, the bad thing about the Ryger C3s, they make that optimal window a little smaller. Oops. Careful, careful now. And that's why we buy better shields. All right. Got a little bit of overcharge going there, but not the end of the world. I don't think I can bust this one from here at 88 meters. I think we're outside of our max range here. So what we'll do is we'll do the sub brakes and scoop right here. And we're about to find out what the environment on Fuego is like. And I forgot, did I put my Hofstad on port or starboard side? Let's go find out. I think... Well, definitely don't need the suit for -17. Okay. Look at the size of that optimal window on the Hofstad. That's why I like this laser so much for sub brakes. Looks really good. I guess I could have hopped out and put a Bormax on this thing, maybe improve the cluster modifier a little bit, but I just don't want to waste a Bormax on a Laranite rock. Nice and easy. So if you guys have been watching my mole mining guide, you'll know that I'm a huge fan of the Hofstad. I really think that on the mole, if you go with a base model of a Helix 2 on the front and a Hofstad for the sub brakes on the port or starboard side, it's a good combination, a good base combination. And then whatever mining modules you guys want to put on there. I go with the Ryger C3s just because I want to maximize that fracture power and stack them. And with the 3 Ryger C3s on that Helix 2, I think you can wander into... You'll see on my YouTube short on the channel that, you know, I had a pretty nice time busting a 42,000, almost 42,000 mass rock by myself. And since 90% of the time or 99% of the time for all of us, unless you're part of an org, I guess, is spent alone, you want to optimize your mining configuration. Oh, look at that, 100%. 17 SCU all, and of course that's not in scoopable form, but man, that is a nice fragment right there. So we're going to take that nice and easy. But anyway, I think for a mole configuration, this one has worked out really well for me. Made tens upon tens upon tens of millions with this one. Give you guys an external view. Boy, just gorgeous out here on Fuego, isn't it? Look at that with the moon in the background. I just got to get that for a video. There we go. Look at that. Maybe we can get a little bit out further. There she is. Gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, the environments they've created out here in Pyro are truly remarkable. I'm surprised on every stream at the job that they've done here. And I'm not saying that Area 18 and Microtech, Lorville, they're all beautiful, but Pyro just takes it to that next level. Okay, so we'll keep that power level, that laser intensity nice and steady, and watch the break external here. There she goes. All right. If you guys are enjoying the stream, if you don't mind giving me a thumbs up, be greatly appreciated. Really pretty out here. Look at that. All right. Let's go on to the next one, shall we? I gotta say, I'm really liking Fuego. All right. This one, the optimal is a little smaller, but watch what happens. See it get bigger? Nice and easy. I'm going to bring that laser intensity down just a little bit so we don't overrun our optimal zone here and end up in the overcharge. And the nice thing about the Hofstad is the laser intensity is the curve is so nice. You can just sit there and ride the optimal all the way to the end and not do a lot. Once I got it down to 31%, it just stayed. All right. Let's see what we got here. We'll go ahead and break this last one here if we need to. Nope, we don't. All right, so I'm going to start on the 100%ers first. But my mole configuration is in my latest YouTube video. Every component. 100% Laranite. That's going to be a nice Laranite load. And my mining friends that have even more experience than I do tell me that the belt is not really the place to be anymore. Look at that. Just 100%. There we go. Now we're picking up some tin. I was wondering when that was going to happen. I would like to see the scans on these fragments though go a little bit faster. Okay, we're gonna have to break. We're gonna have to break that one. Okay, so we will bring that up nice and slow and easy here. And for those who are not into mining, who are just kind of hanging out on the stream, you know, my goal is to get people to think about the industrial side of Star Citizen a little bit more. I know that the FPS side and the bounty hunting and the ships and all that is a lot of fun, and it is. It's truly a lot of fun. But there's also a whole other side of gameplay that'll have you exploring the universe and mining stuff or moving stuff. There's just a whole other side of the universe out there. All right, another 100% fragment right here. We'll go ahead and scoop that one. And don't forget, we have another, I think, 20-something K rock over here that we get to go mess with next. So I'm trying to be a little picky on the... That's 100% inert. I'm gonna... Oh, there's a server desync right there. I love it when that happens. Really like it when that happens. Okay, let's let that calm down a little bit. Look at that. It's even bouncing the fragments around. Okay. Okay, are we going to behave now? All right, let's see if we can... get a scan working here. Here we go again. These server desyncs are truly not great. A little bit of Laranite, a little bit of tin, but mostly Laranite. We'll take it. For laranite, it's actually a nice quality rock. Actually, that's 25%. I don't want to mess with that one right now. I do wish that these scans would go a little bit faster, though. I mean, it is a little bit tedious. Really didn't need the Bormax. I mean, it's been pretty... This rock has behaved pretty well, really. You're either getting really high concentration laranite fragments or you're getting really high concentration tin fragments. So that worked out nicely. Very interesting. Okay, I think I want to make sure that there's not anything else hiding here. That's what I thought. That one was hiding. I'm going to go ahead and overcharge that one and get it out of the way. I just want to make sure there's nothing hiding behind it. I just don't want to overcharge to the point where it's going to pop my modules. There we go. Okay, 10, inert. And there's another 100% fragment that I was not able to see. We're going to pop that one as well. Okay, and a couple more here that I wasn't able to scan before. %100% inert on those, 10. Okay, and last but not least, let's go ahead and get that one out of the way. And then we'll move on to the other rock here. Now, one interesting thing about doing this with the Hofstede, with the 2 Torpid modules, is that you're gonna increase your fragment issues substantially. So you got to be careful when you overcharge, when you're trying to overcharge useless fragments with that. Okay, I think we're about done here. I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave anything on the table. There's something that I did not scan. Let's see if we can get... There's another 100% fragment right there. Oh, look what popped out right there. Very interesting. Is that... I wonder if that's that fragment right there. Another 100%. Look at that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and overcharge that one too. And get it out of the way. Okay. That's the one that was hiding, and that was only 25%. Okay, I think we're almost done here with this guy. That's 100% inert down in the ground right there. And I don't think there's much else that we're gonna get tonight. Okay, 100% 10 looks like across the board here. There's 125% laranite fragment, and I think it's what, 2 SCUs. I'm not too enthusiastic about picking that up, so we're gonna go ahead and head over to this other rock and bust it. But Bexar, you do not need a exploration suit for this environment at only minus 17 Celsius. So gorgeous environment out here though. All right. All right, our next rock is going to be this guy right here at 27, I believe. I just want to make sure that's 10. So I guess technically we could bust them both. We'll just park right in between them. 27 and 30. Yeah, these are perfect candidates right here. So we'll nose up to 15 degrees here. And I'm going to go ahead and get into VTOL mode. All right. And let's go pop this other one right over here to our right. And we can bust both of these with the helix and then finish up on the Hofstede. And before I get started, I just want everybody to notice. So mass on this one's 27. Not incredibly hard for the mole in this configuration, and the resistance is down to 16. Composition is 108 SCU and 38.44% is laranite. So, I mean, it's not a tier S mineral. I'd rather have Bexlite or Terranite, but this will be fine. All right, and it says impossible, by the way. Just so you guys, I just want to make sure you guys see that. Now, as I was saying earlier, the downside to running a triple Riger C3 setup on this particular mining head is that optimal window, it could get really small. And I've actually seen it a lot thinner than this. So if you're new to mining, I don't necessarily recommend this setup. And for some reason, my laser intensity... Oh, and that's why. I was wondering what was going on. There's a server error. I was like, why am I not able to adjust my laser intensity? And I know it's not me because we're not dropping frames on OBS. So I just hope... I have to say, guys, you'll see my laser intensity on the server errors at 71%. The charge level's all the way down, and I'm hoping that when we reappear, the rock doesn't blow up in front of my my mole here. So we'll wait it out here for just a minute. And if you guys don't mind who are watching, if you don't mind giving me a thumbs up on the stream. Oh, there we go. And we did not blow the rock up. Fantastic. All right, let's try this again. If you like the content I've created, if you don't mind subscribing to the channel, that'd be greatly appreciated. Okay. You know, I'm not sure I like how this this new server that we've been placed on is acting. I don't like how this laser intensity is kind of jumping around on me. Like we should be getting more. There we go. We'll try to massage it into the optimal here very carefully. I think the server that we're on is acting a little bit squirrely on us here. Okay, we're going to take it nice and easy from here now. There we go. There she is. All right. Let's go ahead and pop this one while we're at it. That way we can be a little bit picky with the sub break. 10,000 K rock on the Helix 2 with these modules. You got to be careful. We have a little bit too much laser for this rock right here. And in a case like this where you're all the way down at the bottom, then your only choice is to turn it on, turn it off. Ah, got a little sloppy there. All right, off to the Hofstad to wrap it up. And back into the Hofstad here, and we'll be picky with what we pick up here. And beautiful day though out on Fuego. Okay, let's start with the bigger. And why is this moving? Very strange. Okay, 31% Laranite. And we'll just let the Hofstad work its magic on this one. And look at that, I can bring the laser power almost all the way down. And just let it do its thing. Take a sip of your drink. And there it goes. All right, let's start on these over here. 76% Laranite. We'll take it home. And what do we have in front right here? 90% Laranite. I gotta tell you, this the rock quality here is just, everything's clustered together really nicely. Okay, we'll bring up that power just a little bit more. And for those that joined the stream, let me know what you guys think about it. I've received some feedback from some, but I'd like to know what your thoughts are. How's the audio quality and the video quality? Okay, that one got a little squirrely on me, so we're gonna reduce laser intensity here. Nice and easy. There we go. Okay, and that was a nice fragment, so I don't want to overcharge that one and end up in a bad situation. Look at that, 100% fragment. I mean, I don't think I've ever, Bexar, I don't think I've ever been someplace that has such nice cluster modifiers on their rocks. That one's still 70, almost 70%. I mean, is it just this particular cluster, or I wonder if the whole freaking moon's like this? I don't know. Look at that. Usually you have to pick up a bunch of garbage. Another 77% laranite. Very interesting. 100% tin. Another 100% laranite. %. I mean, I think 70 is the worst I've seen so far. %. That's probably the worst one. Okay. What do we got over here? Go ahead and bust this one next. Look at that. I can even go to an external view on this and just let it do its thing. Gorgeous. %100% inert. I'm going to blow that one up. Laranite, another one. Okay. I'm going to run the mining calculator on this load just to see. I'm curious. %100% inert back here, but there was one more behind it. Let's see what we got here. Beautiful. Still are on. What? Where did that come from? Another 100% fragment here. Where did Distillaron come from? That's what I want to know. Okay, so we're getting into some garbage now. We're going to go and break this one up. I think I'm going to have to break up. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and overcharge this one real quick. Get this out of the way. Or maybe not overcharge it. That's going to be a little bit too much. I don't want to pop the modules on the laser head. Let's just roll this nice and easy. Get it out of the way, and then we'll get the one behind it. Okay, there that one goes. And I just want to make sure that there's nothing hanging out behind here that's interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and scoop these real quick. 99% laranite, we'll take it. $75%, we'll take it. The tin's gonna stay home though. We're not gonna take that one with us. What is this hiding right here? What is that? Oh, that's 16% fragment. Okay. All right. What else do we have on this side of the equation? We're almost full up here, folks. I will be coming back to Fuego. Let's go ahead and overcharge the inert real quick. Well, I was hoping there was better than a 39% behind it. There we go. But there was 100. Look at that. And that, my friends, is it. At least for this run. Really nice moon to mine on though. Temperature's good. I'm not going to say the materials are great, but the view's nice. So we're going to go ahead and load up and dump this off. But before we do that, let's deal with our sustenance problem here. I'm not littering in my ship. All right, one more. I need to get a view for you guys, a scene that has the web browser so you can see what the payout's going to be close to at least. All right, let's get our helmet back on. The other nice thing about this exploration suit, or the Novikov, or the Pembroke, is it's a heavy backpack, so you can carry a lot of mining modules. Okay, so what do we got? We have 83 SCU of laranite on board. Let's see what that's going for these days. I'm going to go to Regolith. rocks. And like I said, I'm gonna fix my thing here so that I can share out this view with you guys. But for now, we're going to go to their market price calculator and Laranite, and we're going to say that we have 83 SCU on board here. So it's calculating between 598,000 and 783, depending on where you take it. So how... And of course, that is a pre-yield estimate. Beautiful. All right. So Pyro 5, it turns out this part of the universe kind of worked out for us. And Fuego is absolutely gorgeous. Nice artwork here. We have a little bit of a torque imbalance, I'm sure, from overcharging a few rocks. No big deal. And I gotta tell you, I'm digging this gray cat paint. They did a nice job on this. It's kind of like an orange and a gold or copper metallic. I mean, I don't know what color it is. It's like that purple paint on cars that changes colors. All right, let's get in the correct SCM mode here so we can spool and calibrate. There we go. Spooling's done. And we're off to bloom. That's where I'm going to go ahead and refine all this, and then we'll head back. Okay, so they also have a work order calculator. So while we're en route here, and what do we say we had? You can always hit the M button even while you're in flight, and you can see what your cargo load is. 83.83. Okay, and I'm just trying to figure this out right now using dinks or fair in exchange. So yeah, we're gonna get a yield of about 69 out of this. And I'm gonna have to spend a little bit more time on that calculator before I can figure that one out. But this one's saying about 198,000. So who knows? I guess we're going to find out. But it's saying that we should get about a 69 SCU yield, which is still shown to be in the 500 to 700,000 range. If we take it to Terminus and sell it at Ruin Station, we could say in 665,000. So that's, you know, not a bad run. Not a bad run at all. Okay. The mole is a moneymaker, that is for sure. So if you're a new player, my advice to you is very simple. Never be standing still when you come out of a jump. Always just hit the thrusters and keep your speed up all the way into the armistice zone. When you're in an industrial ship, that is. All right, and off we go here. So let's go see what our refined output's going to be. And then I'll show you guys the bug that I've been running into here. Give you guys a little bit of a view of Bloom. Look at that. Even the mighty 5090 is having to do some work here at 4K. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the hangar, quit messing around here. Looks orange here, that paint. All right, we'll set her down nice and easy. And get our repair and refueling done. And then we'll pop out one of the mining heads here. And let's go look at our yield. And then we'll head back to Fuego. Remember the old days when you were doing quantanium runs and you're right at the edge of that volatile cargo timer and you had to get that ship stored? Some of us pushed it right to the end. There was a run or two when I blew up right outside the hangar. There was a run or two where the cargo timer expired in the hangar as I was storing the ship. Ah, the old days. When I see the FPS drop to 33% and the GPU is only at 20% utilization, that's not a capacity on the GPU problem. That is an optimization thing. Okay, so the bug that I was telling you guys about, or feature, you guys can let me know in chat. We're going to select the material location. There's 9407 CSCU refinable. You know what? Let me go ahead and throw that back into my work order calculator here. Laranite. 9407. So 7836. Yeah, but only 223,000. Very interesting. Set up the work order. And of course, we're going to do the Stileron and the Laranite. And here's where the things get interesting. We're going to choose probably fair and exchange is what I usually do. Yeah, 9 hours and 16 minutes. We'll hit confirm, and it's going to say here that accepting this work order will discard one or more materials. I have two that are not selected, so it should discard the inert and the tin, right? And we're going to hit confirm. So technically, those should be no longer in the mole. But if I go over here to ore sales and select the mole, there they are. Actually, that one. So the tin and the inert did not end up getting dumped. So they're still in the mole. And if I were to actually go out to the mole right now, before I sold this stuff off, then my cargo hold would be partly full of this useless stuff. So you just want to make sure that after you get done setting up your refining job, you want to go in and do a direct sale on the rest of it. And I missed the elevator there. Let's try this one more time. Okay, let's go ahead and get the mole back, and we'll head back to Fuego and see if we can find an even bigger rock. And there's our beautiful machine right there. And if you're just joining us, welcome to AlphaInfinity Tech. We're live tonight in the verse. We're just chilling, breaking some rocks. You know what I'm going to do, though? I think before we do this, I am going to go down, and I forgot to buy a couple of torpid modules. So let's do that real quick and get the mole just dialed in just the way I like it. Okay, so let's just store that real fast. And then we'll pop down to the refinery deck. And for those that have not, hey Bexar, another reason I like mining in Pyro is because you can hit the refinery deck right from your hangar. You don't have to go up to a lobby and then over to another elevator and then go down to the refining deck. You can just do it right here from your hangar. So that increases, it's little things like that that kind of increase your mining velocity is what I'll say. Okay, so let's just buy a couple of torpid modules here. There we go. I need a minimum of 2, but I'm going to go ahead and buy 4. I have them in inventory. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll hop back up. And we'll hop back up to our hangar here. And we'll switch out those modules for I'm not too concerned about scooping up inert stuff, but I would like the wider optimal window. You just got to be careful with these because of the fragment damage that can be caused. Oh, it did not store my ship. Why is that? All right, Aesop, come on, let's get it together. Store. I don't think so. Okay, let me alt F4 out. And let's go back in real quick, and hopefully we'll have a Aesop that's cooperating here. And alt F4 seems to be the way that you resolve most of the bugs that you're running into these days in the PU. So, and the PTU doesn't really matter. It seems like alt F4 is the universal fix for a lot of stuff right now. Currently full. Beautiful. And of course it won't let me join anything else. That server is about to die. Well, I guess on the bright side, at least we got... There we go. At least we got our stuff offloaded from the mole and got a job started. Okay, let's see if it'll park me back in here. And I'm playing a random playlist, so if I skip past something that's irritating me, I apologize. Anybody doing any of the medical gameplay loops? Are there any medical gameplay loops? Let me know. Okay. Now let's see if we can get our mole to store here. Not good. Well, I guess we're going to do this the hard way. Let me get my mouse adjusted so I'm not making you guys sick with those fast camera movements. I'm just going to adjust the controls here real quick. Okay, so if we can't get that one stored, then we shall... Let's see if we can force the issue here. It's not looking good, though. So the ASOP terminal is inoperative. We can't store, and we can't retrieve. So it looks like the torpid modules are just going to have to wait. Instead of trying to figure this out all night, I'm going to go bust some rocks. And I think we'll hit Fuego again. Oh, what just happened to me? I guess it decided to store it. Wow. All right. Now will we be able to retrieve anything, or do I need to hit like a European instance? First, let's get this little issue. Let's see if we can actually add the modules now. I'm curious. Mole 2, let's confirm that we have the right one here. Gray cat, yep. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and go torpid there and torpid there as well. Great. Now, I love it disappearing on me as I'm in the cockpit. And there it is. It just magically appears. Well, they don't call it an alpha for nothing. Okay, let's try this again, folks. See what we can get going here. I really do want to find a 30 to 40 mass rock for you guys. Why isn't the door to the cockpit open? Very interesting. Well, we know that this shard is maxed out. No hanger queue, though. And Pyro 5 is an obstructed destination when you're in the station, so we gotta wait until we get out here. Oh yeah, there we go. Bloom is so beautiful. Love Bloom. Great place to mine too, by the way. I'm just doing something a little different tonight because we've done a couple of streams on Bloom. Okay, we'll we'll accelerate up here and off we go. You know, I asked for a drum and bass playlist and I get this. This is more like drill, dark. While we're in Quantum here, I'm going to log into another music streaming platform here. That won't get me copyright striked, that is. And if you're just joining us, let me know how the stream quality is for you. Let me know how the sound is, the video. Just want to make sure I have it dialed in for you guys. Want to make the viewing experience pleasurable. Gorgeous. Look at that. Like I said, that paint just changes colors depending on the lighting. And about 17 gigamillions out, and then we'll be there. So I have to admit, from an efficiency standpoint, you know, if you're going to be based out of Obituary, the Bloom to Obituary run is actually going to make you a lot more money faster. You know, going this route where you have a high travel time is never ideal. You want to make sure that your routes are short. From the place where you're mining to your refinery and back, and the shorter those routes are, the more time you spend mining and less time traveling. But I'm coming out here because I want to see places I've never mined before. And Bloom is beautiful, but I've spent a lot of time on Bloom. I'm just looking for something a little different today. So that's why we're going all the way out here to Pyro 5 and then Fuego. And hopefully the one place on Fuego that you can dial in as a destination is not in the dark. We're about to find out. But it's not looking positive here. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Let's go find out. Okay, that works for me. All right, so we took a left last time. We'll take a right this time and go out into the flats this direction. All right, let's start throwing some scans out here, see if we can get anything to pop. There's an unknown at 7.6. And another one at 13.9. So that looks like the direction we're headed today. Is that straight into the sun? I can't see it past my windscreen here. Oh, no. What just happened? Oh, no, I'm going to smack into the ground, too. Get me back into that cockpit. There we go. There it is. All right. Close call. Glad I didn't have the cruise control on. All right, let's see what we got here. $19 on Laranite. Starting to notice a trend here on Fuego. All Laranite all the time is what this thing's looking like. Yep, 22. Okay. Well, let's see what else is out there. We may have to go check out Ignis here if it's all Laranite all the time. gems right here below me, they popped too close. So we're gonna keep on trucking past those. Okay, what do we got here? Ah, Bexlite at 18. Okay. Not a terrible rock, but not as much of a challenge as I was looking for. 19 on Laranite again. We might take that Bexlite rock if there's something else in here that's interesting. More Laranite. More Laranite. Okay, we're gonna skip this one. Keep on trucking here. Let's see what we got over this way. A lot of little teeny rocks, not a good sign. But there is one here in the middle that might be interesting. Let's see what we got here. $22 in agricum. What was the secondary mineral in there? That was titanium. Okay. Let's scan these just in case. Yeah, nothing too big right here. All right, let's keep on trucking. Oh, these guys are killing me with their. This playlist is not DMB. Okay, let's. I'm gonna stop for just a moment. All right, let's see if this service can do a little better here. Not looking good. All right. All right, Fuego, give us something a little better here. Well, I'm going to choose I'm going to keep that moon as a reference point right here. And we're going to get up a little bit in altitude. A little bit more gravity here. A little bit harder to get moving. Okay, something popped at 7, but is it a gem? Yes. All right, keep on trucking. Another one at 8.5, another gem, probably. Not that one. Let's go look at this one. All right, let's get into the right mode here. Ay, ay, ay. This music service not doing great either. Okay, back to my trusty playlist here. Oh, that's a decent sized rock. Let's see what it comes back as. Not decent enough. These are all small. Okay. Move on. All right, Fuego, what are you going to give us tonight? $23, but nothing we're really interested in mining tonight. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, this is all useless. Okay. Sometimes you got to get out of the range of the previous returns before it'll spawn new ones, so we're going to do that. As a matter of fact, why do I have power going to any? $24,780. Okay, that has my attention. Is that what that is? Is it just that one? We got another one out here. Probably a lot of little ones, but we'll go find out. I'm seeing an instability of 27.66 and tiny. Okay, let's check out these guys right over here. Another small. Okay, I'm not going to bother with the rest. By the way, that icon that you guys are seeing right here in the center of the screen, that is my dead body floating out by the Stanton Gateway. After some loser decided to ram my C2 out there. Okay, back into scan mode here. Let's see if we can kick something loose. I'm getting into the nav SCM mode because I want more speed. So for those that were wondering who are a little bit newer. Okay, let's get a little altitude here. $9,300 is gems. And we may go check out another moon here in just a moment. All right, let's go check something else out here. So Fuego, let's go look at where else have I never been? Tavatra. We'll give that a shot. And then nothing there. We'll go to Ignis because Ignis is always where the fun is. Perfect. Okay. And let's see if there's a place on this side of the moon that's light. I don't want to mine in the dark. Where is that at? 856. Yeah, derelict outpost. Let's go there. Or that one. Who cares? Just as long as it's on the sunny side of the planet here. Or the moon. And this shall be my first time here as well. Like I said, I'm out exploring tonight, looking for new places to mine, checking out the scenery. So I'm not really, I know we can do well and have a high yield on Bloom and some of the other places, but for now, I'm just trying out new things. Okay, let's slow that descent down a little bit. Really pretty here too with the pink and the green. Is that water down there? Let's go take a look. Nope. Optical illusion, I guess. I hear a lot of wind out there, though. Okay, what do we got over here? 1800, huh? That's interesting. Gems right there, and a single over here. Well, let's go take a look. And let's ping it real quick with a 2-degree beam. Like I said, I think we have a single sitting out here, but yeah. But sometimes these end up being Stellaron or something tier S grade, so I always like to scan them just in case. And sometimes, 90% of the time, they're garbage, like that. But every once in a while, you get lucky. These moons sure are nice for you rock miners out there. A lot of gems. Okay, 23.4, so we'll go check that out. Looks like a lot of rocks. Oh, I hope they're not on the side of a hill. I don't like those at all. All right, what do we got here? So they're going to be on the back side. Hopefully they're down in the canyon instead of... Okay, not incredibly terrible. All right, let's start with this guy right here. Wow, 50K. That's a big rock. A little bit too much for me to bite a piece off of. 34 will take it. 34 in gold. Yes, we'll take that one. 20,000 in laranite. I don't know if we're going to pop that one or not. Let's move over here and see what else we got. Yeah, laranite, 9,800. A 40K laranite rock. That might be fun. Is that 40 or 48? Oh, that's 48. That's going to be too much. So we can't handle 40. 42 is about the limit we have on this particular mole configuration. 12,000 in gold. So another little gold one. Let's just make sure there's not anything else in here before we get started. 4,500 Bexelite. Another laranite rock. Small. And another 13K laranite rock. A lot of laranite out in this part of the verse. Okay, so just to recap, let's make sure we get all these. 16 in Bex, we're probably going to pop that one as well. Another small gold. Laranite. Terranite. A 20K laranite. Okay, so we're going to start. That's a 50,000. So we're going to start on this 34,000 gold right here. Where was this resistance at? %. Okay. Well, we're going to try it without dropping a severe on it. We'll see what happens. All right, so we'll nose up to 10 or 15 degrees here. There we go. Position nicely on our rock. Let's go ahead and drop out of the captain's chair here and down into the laser and get the party started. Gold's not a terrible thing to be stuck with, you know, if you've been hunting and You make a little bit of money on that. Okay, so resistance came down to 23. We can cut that in half if we wanted to. And it does say that this rock is impossible. Impossible, right? Oh yeah, this is going to be fun. Look at that optimal window right there. Let's see if that resistance is going to make me pay today or not. Nope, not today. Remember, impossible rock, right? So we're at 104 SCUs total on composition. 42% of that's gold and 32% titanium. Resistance is at 23. You know, I could have cut this in half with a mining gadget. You know, just pop a Sabir on this thing and be done with it. But I don't think so. I think we're gonna do it just like this. Hey Scott, welcome to the stream tonight, my man. Glad to have you on. And it is immersive. It's beautiful. Give you guys an outside view since we're not going to be. There we go. Let's just double check. Oh, I floated. Looks like we got a little wind. And you can tell here because look at that, 31. That might ruin my day though. I don't know if we can. This is not one of those rocks where we can be further out. This wind may push us right off of it. I may have to get back into the cockpit and reposition because it looks like the wind's pushing us right into the. I really want that line to be right in here. Yeah, and if you can see the energy levels dropping on you can see the charge levels dropping on us. So we got blown a little bit out of position here. Yeah, and we're dropping too much. Okay, let's get back into position. So some weather came along and pushed us off the rock. That is the one downside to the mole, is that you got to get out of the laser head and head back up to the cockpit and then reposition and then hope it doesn't happen again. Yeah, we were at 30 something meters out and that wind blew us right off of that rock. So I'm going to get real close this time. Okay. Just, and let me make sure I'm in the right mode here too. There we go. The wind may have saved us. Scott wants to know if I'm looking forward to the Arastra. Absolutely. Now I'm going to have to back us off a little bit. Dang it. And we got the server D things coming on too. Isn't that crazy? I'm just curious. I gotta say, these server desyncs are no fun. So while that's going crazy, let's go ahead and just back up a little bit. Or reduce our altitude anyway. No, the Arastra is going to be great. I just, I don't know when. I haven't heard about it on any roadmaps recently. If you guys have, let me know. But having the ability to refine. To mine and refine on the same ship, I mean, wow. What a game changer for the miners. And I see these desyncs are still happening. but we still got blown off a little bit. Okay, 26 out. Let's see if we can get this done. Really not liking the desyncs though on the server. All right. Look at that. It's blowing us out of the... Weird. Ay, ay, ay. I am not liking what I'm seeing here. This is going to make life really hard. And if we get this wrong, we're going to pop the modules on this laser head for sure. Ay, ay, ay. The Star Citizen universe is not playing nice with me tonight. That is wind doing that. That's funny. This reminds me of trying to mine on Clio and Euterpe. Wow. We still getting bounced around here? Yep. All right, let's reposition. Try something a little different here. I think I'm going to try coming in from this angle. Since we keep getting blown left to right. Yeah, that's that wind right there. There it is. Okay. So this moon is like Euterpe and Clio. Look at that, blowing us away. Well, we learned something new today. This moon is gonna be tough if you're on a mole. So we'll take one more crack at this rock, and then we may head over to Ignis if we keep getting blown around here. Okay, let's see if we can do this fast. Yeah, we're getting blown around again. Wow. That is amazing. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Amazing. 8 meters off of where we were. And that is just far enough to ruin our day. All right. Well, this is a Prospector mining planet right here. or a multi-crew mole. If you have a multi-crew mole, you can do this. But if you're doing a solo mole and getting blown around like this, then this is no good. Look at that wind. All right, where else do we have? So Vatra is a no-go. Let's give that one a try. Beautiful out here, but not a place for a solo mole miner, for sure. And I was actually in a little canyon valley here and still getting blown around. And those that joined, if you guys don't mind giving me a thumbs up on the stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. If you like my content on the YouTube channel, check it out. And consider subscribing. Still an atmosphere out here, huh? Okay. Anyway, that is the new gray cap paint for the mole. Really pretty. So we're going to hit an orbital marker here and then go check out someplace different. The wind is brutal out there. Like I said, great for prospector mining or if you're on a multi-crew mole type of setup, but solo mole mining, no, not going to happen out there. All right. Off to Pharaoh. Let's check that place out. Another moon I've never been to. And we do have some options here. Those look like they could be on the dark side of the moon, though. I'd prefer not. But we'll take a look anyway. If not, if they are, we'll just hit an orbital marker and come back around. Do not want to be mining on the dark side of this moon. So let's see if we can find an orbital marker that's... Oh, here's another destination. Derelict outpost, and on the other side, that's a canyon. Yeah, 100 kilometers is probably not going to be enough. A lot of water, too. There's our outer marker right there. Not mining in the dark for you guys tonight. That's no fun to watch. Okay. So we'll fly manually down to the surface here. And I'm going to go ahead and do a little quantum out to this OM3, orbital marker 3. And then let's resituate ourselves here. There we go. I think we're getting a little bit more sunlight that way. All right. All right, I'm going to put the cruise control on. And let's try flying on down to the surface and see what we can see here. Give you guys an external view here. This over here is an interesting graphical glitch on the water. And while we're doing that, I'm going to run over to Regolith real quick and see what kind of ore types we can expect out here. And I have no data on Pharaoh. None whatsoever. Really? Huh. Nothing on Ignis either, though. We know there's some stuff on Ignis, so. And we'll mine along the water here, and that looks very interesting right there. I'm not getting an altitude indicator yet, so we're on our way down. Now we're getting some atmospheric friction, so that's good. And I'm going to slow down just a little bit here. I'm not liking that speed. Beautiful colors out here, though. There's our water. All right, let's see if the verse is going to be nice to me tonight. Let's see what we got. All right, our first return here. Look at the colors out here. Amazing, isn't it? Okay, first rocks on this one. And we have another return right away as soon as we check this one out. Are we not going to scan? Let's go. There we go. 9711. So nothing big. It is taking its sweet time though. Okay, off to the next one. Oh, we have 3 actually. Let's see. Let's throw some energy at that. That's gonna be minerals or gems. Sorry. $23.4 on that one. There we go. A lot of desert creatures out here. All right, let's pick one of these big guys here. That one right there. Wow, that is a 56,000 gold. 177 SCUs. That's a big rock. $24,000 in Laranite. We've already done Laranite tonight. $33,000 in Laranite. A lot of titanium and inert material in that rock. Let's see what else we got. Wow, that is a 60,000. Enormous. All right, and I'm sure this one's going to be big too. Whoops, ran into something. $71,000 in gold. 71. That is an enormous rock. Too much for us to buy it off, though. Anything above 42 and we're out of luck. All right, let's keep on looking. But we're fine. We're getting some size here, so that's good. We're seeing some mass. Get a little closer to the water. Since we do have the water on max out here. Really weird graphical glitches on this planet, though, or on this moon. Gems. That one up ahead, though, is not. Been a while since I saw, been a couple of days since I saw anything in the 70+ K range on mass. All right. I'm curious. Let's look at these quasi grazers. Very interesting. Okay. Okay, here's our rocks that we're wanting to look at. All right, let's see what we have. 40. Oh, look at that. Our luck finally broke. I'm going to go pop a Bormax on that if I have to. $29,000 in gold. Even if we can't pop that quantanium rock, we're going to take that gold one home. Another 35 in gold. Nice. What else do we have here? 19 in titanium, so nothing too crazy there. More titanium, small rock. But this is the one we're taking with us. I'm going to check one more here. This is our huckleberry right here. Oh, that resistance though is tough. May not be able to pop a Bormax. I don't even know if I can. I guess we'll find out. I'm going to try it without a mining gadget first. We're going to do everything we can to take this rock home with us tonight. But that resistance is rough. I'm going to get really snuggled up to it here. $40 resistance on this thing is going to be at 41,000. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. 28, so I can get it down to 14. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to even move the needle without a mining gadget on this one. Try another spot on the rock here. See if we can get it to... $181 SU this though, and 20% quantanium, so... And this rock is laughing at us. Not even... 14 still might be too high. No charge level at all. Okay. Try a few more places here. And this is not the best place to land. Okay, we'll come up on top. And we're pumping energy into this thing at 9 meters out, so... And it's not moving. Okay. So what we're going to do is we'll go and park up on the back side of this thing. And see if we can break it from... I guess I need to check first if I have a Sabir on me. There we go. There we go. We do. All right. But even at 14 resistance, that's still that's a tough deal. All right, there's our 41,000 mass quantanium rock right there. All right, let's go see what we can do. And for you new miners out there in the mole, I'm just going to show you a little trick with the elevator here. If you can, just go ahead and activate it. Sometimes the elevator will literally pop the, if your angle's off a little bit or something's weird is happening, the server glitches, the elevator will literally pop the mole off the ground and could be in a bad spot. So what we're going to do instead is we put the elevator down first. All right. So you may be wondering, why am I not using a Bormax? It's because I need to get that resistance down. So we'll hit the detach button first. There we go. And we'll wait for the waveform analysis to complete. There we go. We're already at 88%, so that's a good sign. Try and get this dialed in a little bit better. Looks like 95 is going to be the best we can do. All right. And there, it's a little windy out here. Get the music turned up a little bit. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bio break, and I'll be right back with you guys in just a minute. Okay, let's see if this mining gadget will help us out a little bit. That elevator was almost too far off the ground for us to get into. That would have sucked. All right. So we have a Sabir on there. Waveforms dialed in at about 95%. Should drop our, oops, don't want to do that. Should drop our resistance down by 50%. But like I said, 14 may be too high. So we'll find out. So we'll get the mole positioned here. 25, we'll nose up slightly at 10 degrees. There we go. And I have the, let's get the gear up. And let's see if our mining gadget made any difference for us. Yeah, let me make sure I got full power to my... Okay. So as you can see, our resistance came down, but we really need to be below 11%, below 12 really. So we've taken rocks this big at 12%, but not at 14. And now we're getting moved off the rock a little bit too by the wind. We're not able to maintain position here because of the weather. Yeah, look at this. Now we're 10 meters out. And our charge level's just not coming up at all. So I was kind of hoping that the Sabir might help us a little bit, but... And it did. It brought down the resistance from 28 to 14, but it's just not going to be enough. But because it is a big quantanium rock, I might as well go throw a couple of surges at it just for the heck of it before we call it a night, that is. But just a little bit too much rock. All right, let's hit this one right here. And I think we've been blown too far off of it anyway. So where are we at? We're at 54. Yeah, we need to get a lot closer than that if we're going to have a shot. I don't even want to waste the active modules on it until we're closer. So I'm going to snuggle up to it. Okay, so that is our rock. And we're going to get on the back side of it here. Which way is that wind blowing? Yep. Okay, looks like we're holding steady right here at the moment. I don't think we're going to be able to take it with this one either, but we'll try. Oh. Yeah, we're going to die. Too much. Well, we didn't die. And look at this weird bug that we got going on right here. So we could have taken it with the 3 surges. Well, folks, that is how you do not pop a rock. But because we were running A-grade shields, instead of dying after overcharging that 40,000 rock, we're alive. It's just that all of our mining modules are gone. All of them. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Let's go ahead and get the camera angle adjusted here. Yep, no mining modules on that guy. None on that one. And none on the Hofstad either. The good news... Oh, and we really screwed up our engines and we're going to have a torque imbalance. But we're alive. Very interesting. Okay, well, I learned something tonight. So probably should have just thrown tune at them and called it. And we might have been able to do it. Major torque imbalance, but nothing's red, so. But with no mining modules on board, that's going to effectively end us. We have to go back. The good news is that you pay the 600,000 or 400,000 to repair, and you get all your mining modules back. So even if you don't have anything in inventory, I think you'll still, you just run a repair and you get all your modules back after overcharging the rock and blowing it up in my face like I just did. But that weather's tough. But that opens up some new possibilities. Anyway, let me know what you guys thought of that one in chat. Are you amazed that I'm alive? Because I am. Wow. That was pretty sweet, actually, I have to admit. I have to admit that was pretty sweet. So the next time I find a rock that size with that kind of resistance, you pop a mining module on it, and then instead of working off the 3 Rigers, you go over to the Helix 2 with the 3 Surge modules on it. And instead of having 3, maybe I'm going to switch it out to 2 Surges and 1 Stampede, right? And then we probably could have taken that rock home today. Instead, I hammered all three at the same time and didn't manage the power level properly and made the mistake and blew up the rock in my face. And usually that would be a fatal mistake with a mass that size, that close, but we had some upgraded shields and it popped all my modules, which is okay. I'll show you guys what I mean when we get to Obituary. I'll just do a repair and it will just bring all the modules back for us. So that was pretty cool. And we got to see different parts of the universe tonight. I think I'm gonna have to throw up a short on that one, on how not to treat a rock. But let me know what you guys thought of the stream tonight. It's been a long one, been going for about 4.5 hours now. Almost 5 hours straight. And just out exploring Pyro, finding out what moons offer what, you know. We know Bloom is good. We know Ignis is good. And they're huge. But we're trying to mine in a few different places, see different parts of Pyro tonight. You know, it's not just about the breaking and the extracting. It's about finding new places to mine. So give me a thumbs up if you don't mind on the stream, and I'm gonna take you guys back to our Obituary and I'll show you, because I believe once upon a time, if you blew your mining modules off the laser head, that if you didn't have them in inventory when you got back, you were out of luck. And by the way, you guys hear that sound? Let me get you to an external view. Oh yeah, we really screwed up our mole here. That's a very interesting bug that we have right there, though. Laser still out for some reason. It's obviously not, but you guys can see it's. And there's home above Bloom. Like I said, for maximum profits, shortest mining route, this is one of the best in Pyro right here, the Obituary to Bloom route. And I like to throw a scan out just to make sure I'm not going to hit an asteroid or something else floating around above the space station. All right, there's our hangar. There's home. There's that laser bug. All right, let's get into the landing config here. And you guys saw earlier, right? I showed you each laser head, all the modules are gone. Okay. All right, would you guys like to know how badly I messed up the mole here? Let's take a look. So the bill, oh, it's not too bad. Only 190,000. On the repair. So I'll take you guys out and we'll take a look. Okay. There's my mining modules on this guy. That is my surge modules right there. They're back. And on the Mighty Helix 2 with the 3 Ryger C3s, there they are. Right there's the mining modules right there. So all we did was do a repair. And last but not least, the Hofstad. And there are my 3 torpid modules, or 2 torpids, sorry, not 3. There we go. All right, everybody. That is going to conclude tonight's stream. I hope you guys liked it. Give me a thumbs up or a like on the stream if you don't mind. Whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, I'm glad to have you here with me. And we'll see you guys again soon. Hit that notification bell on the channel so that you're notified when a new stream's coming up. Also, my Discord link is in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. More than welcome to climb on the Discord. I always post updates there as well on new streams. But glad to have you all. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you again soon.